to. Let's see if I think it is. So far so good. So today's plan. I really have to wrap the test build so I can give you guys some keys to test it out. And we're working on the dino camp and so on. Feels a bit weird talking after a weekend and the family is home, you know. That's how it goes. I think it's actually a holiday today. Let me Google it. Today is 27th. Day of uprising against occupation. So I guess it's only our national holiday. But let's go. Yesterday I was working a bit on various factions that are gonna be here in the cavernous depths, and for now I have like rat folk that you encounter already in the first biome, dino folk, and the third one are gonna be zombies, which you encounter one level before. So we're getting rid of the bandits. Nothing's gonna happen with bandits here, but the thing's gonna be that maybe, just maybe, we have to add some kind of a scaling so that the rat folk that you meet here are already level 2 or something like that. So they deal a bit more damage. And then I was thinking about how I could wrap this biome. And since this is a dino folk biome primarily, they don't get hurt by fire and so on. I was thinking that we're gonna have like a big camp. A space organized where there's gonna be like 3 bosses all at the same time. Not as powerful, but lots of aura stuff and so on. Also, I improved the generation of this big level, so it should take around 5 to 6 seconds instead of 18. So that cut down the generation time quite a bit. And I'm not sure why is it taking it so long. It's 9, yeah, it was 10 seconds now. Probably because I'm streaming as well. Yeah, I fixed pathfinding here. I didn't have some of the tiles marked as navigable. So that's one thing. And I also added different ores. So ores are in here, they're in place. But the problem is that we don't have any recipes tied to them. That's another thing. And testing it without proper weapons, this biome is really like hard on everything. And by the way, they attack each other. The dino folk and rats, they attack each other. And I think this is pretty cool. So you can try to lure them. Definitely dinos are much more powerful than rats. But I have to take in account the thing that, for example, shaman can spawn rat's den, and the NPCs don't destroy the dens. Now either we're gonna find an option for them to destroy the den, or I'm just gonna remove the shamans for now or something like that. Maybe make the dens, let's say, time limited. Okay, I think Lilith's gonna die. Or she's blasting everybody. Who knows? Spell power. Magic damage, huh. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to work on her stats a bit more. But I think that otherwise graphically the new biome looks very well. I've added the option that the bears and boars appear in here. So that's one thing. Also, this hellstongue is a bit more dangerous. See, they're fighting between each other. That's a good way. So besides that, we have to add other NPCs regarding the Dino folk. But I love it. And also one thing, because this is a big biome, you know, the thing that you can step on these thingies that you trigger that a new challenge room appears. We're also gonna have to probably make some kind of a pathfinder that's gonna take the player there somehow, you know. That's gonna guide you there to that position. I was thinking about Little Birdie, but then again, you know, implementing logic of that isn't that simple, because it would have to travel towards the end position, and basically, yo Logan, hello. Basically she would have to stop from time to time that you get close enough. But that's again, that's a polish. So we're gonna opt out of polish for now. How was your weekend, man? And one of the things that I'm thinking about is that for the dinos, I'm gonna add like lifesteal. That's gonna be a faction trait. Actually quite interesting. We went to see, what is it called? It's not a Jurassic Park, but it's a park where you have like big sculptures of dinosaurs and so on. So that was a bit inspiring, standing next to big dinosaurs, feeling small. So little one was also pretty happy. We have the nearest one in Austria. Okay. I think otherwise this works well. Now let's focus. And you? Did you watch any cool things? Did you see the new Berserk? I didn't watch it, man. Otherwise, tell me how far you came with the old one. With 97 one, the OG. Oh. And what do you think about the last episode? Told you, huh? I wasn't exaggerating when I told you that I had to sit for a while and think to myself that only in Japan something like this can be produced. It was freaking amazing. Okay, I gotta write down the things that we're gonna work on, because otherwise I'm just gonna be jumping all over the place. Now, first thing first. Today, main goal, make test builds. Test branch testable. And give out keys to friends. Then the second goal is gonna be create 3 mini bosses in the cavernous depths. And the way I'm gonna make this is that we're gonna have like what's the dude's name? If I go to A sprites and here dino something, dino warlord, I believe. Yeah, this dude. One's gonna be red, one's gonna be blue, and other one's gonna be green probably. That's what we're gonna do. And each of them is gonna have a special aura. For example, red one is gonna increase the damage of all the surrounding units. green one is gonna increase the movement speed probably, or something like that, and healing. And blue one, I'm not sure. So you're gonna help me with that one. 3 of them, they spawn in the same camp, but maybe they won't be there, you know, like the whole time. Their mission is going to be to roam. So by accident, maybe if you stumble across them, on 3 of them at the same time, you're gonna be effed. They're like the warlords of the cavernous depths. So that's one thing, if you agree on. I think it would be cool because it would change the dynamic from fighting the boss in the arena to fighting like 3 mini bosses in the top world. Yeah, other than entirely disturbing, pretty wild in terms of story, exactly. Wife and I had a hunch that everything would be fault of Griffith, but never could predicted that, exactly. I mean, it was freaking awesome. But besides that, before we delve into the bosses, I think we have to add some more grunts. Oh, I really like this. I like this effect. Maybe I could use this effect, for example, if you get caught on fire. Because I was playing a bit with these effects. But that's eye candy. When I start to go into scope creep, Logan, please tell me. Dude, you should focus on that. Yeah, and early access around 15th or 16th of May. So tomorrow probably I'll decide. A lot of things to do, but yeah, I'm running out of funds in June, so it has to go out. So I'll be working my ass off as much as I can. Okay. Feral Bunny was added last time. We had a Bunny Wizard, that was cool. But now, if we have dinos, probably not gonna add all of them, but still we need some kind of a filler dino that isn't gonna be maybe that hard and strong. Well, the game has to be completely beatable, you know. You have to be able to get from the start to finish, and basically enough of content in each tier of the Alma tree. So enough of content, by no means all of content, but for example at least 12 to 15 more cartridges, a shop that sells you cartridge not in the base, but that you, for example, have to get to the Rainy Road and you find a merchant there, and then other tier shop a bit more further towards the end, and so on. This is basically, maybe I'm gonna be hated for it, but this is making me avoid of redoing the whole UI, because I have like limited amount of slots for now. How many, to put it in simple words, I don't have pagination in the shop. I believe I have like 24 slots of items that you can display at most, so the shop can hold that amount of items the most. And it would take like a really long time to restructure everything and make everything filterable and maybe scalable like to infinity. You're gonna see what I mean if I go here. See, this is like 18. And that's not enough for all of the skills and everything. So I was thinking about, yeah, okay, in the base camp you're gonna get basic materials, but then as you progress you're gonna buy new stuff in the further biomes from different characters. Yes, exactly, a second merchant, but not in here. Or Yeah, but if we talk about it now that you suggesting it, I could find him, right? Like, and then he would appear in the camp, like now. Then you don't have to travel all the way there just to unlock the new skills. That's a possibility. What do you think? What would be cool? I mean, it's cool if there's a whole biome that the certain merchant lives and so on. But again, then you have to travel far. I don't know. Still something that we have to think about. Yeah, then maybe like that. We'll see. That's definitely a bigger task. Because then I have to split what gets unlocked, when it gets unlocked, where it gets unlocked, and so on. I have to somehow mark the achievements, because this is now marked to unlockables, I believe. Like skill something. Yeah. Berserker cartridge skill. We'll see. We'll make it work. Anyway. Then with dinos. Yeah, let's make a mini dino man. This one is going to be the easiest. He's gonna be like... I don't know. Just a normal dude attacking. Nothing special. A bit slower than Raptor. He's gonna be a weakling. Okay. Long lost win. What's the dude's name? Just a second. Mini Dino Man. Okay. Dino Man, just okay. So I have units. Duplicating. Here we go. In calc. I didn't even put it in unit name. Just a second. Here are all the bunnies and everything. Unit name Demon Destroyer. Okay. This is an empty one. After Dino Man, what do we have here? We have Dino Man, Fire Breather or Fire Starter? Fire Breather. Then we have Raptor. And we have Armored Raptor. These are descriptions already now. Or... no, actually. Wrong one. There we go. Okay. And then we're gonna have like Warlord, right? Dinoman Warlord. But we're gonna have different types of Warlord. So I expect 4 more entries here. Let's call him Dinoman, Warlord of Pain. I'll be right back. Had a little intruder. There we go, Armored Raptor. So, Warlord of Pain, Warlord of Pain. Come on. So one is going to be increasing the damage. Other one is going to be increasing the health regen and so on. Another one maybe movement of the surrounding units. Good names for that. Warlord of Pain, Warlord of... what else? Defense. Health. Let's make defense. And the last but not least, Warlord of... I don't want to use logistics in here. Warlord of what? Let's think about it. Not logistics, but... well, let's do speed. Damage, defense, speed. I could go that way. This is just a temporary description. Increases the defense of surrounding units. So don't kite 3 of them at all, because then you're gonna get wrecked. Sorry about that, dude. Still, boogers turned into, how should I say, cough. Yeah. Glad you're doing, man. That you're doing that. That's the best way. Well, a bit sick, still a bit sick. I think that this weather in between hot and cold, sitting on the terraces during the weekends, I don't know, man. Kind of cold. Family's at home because today we have a holiday. Everybody has a holiday except me. And yeah, otherwise it's very cool. Yeah, I know about the brackets. I would say sick-ish, you know. It was worse, but it will be good. How was your weekend, man? 192, 192, let's see. 192. Animation texture size 32 seems okay. Dino Folk, that's okay. Strength 35. Okay, that's something regarding the base stats, nothing in particularly important, but parenthesis, exactly. Parenthesis, square brackets, curly brackets, yeah. Boom. Exactly. We call it Oklepai. It's written like that. So fine, whatever, right? Now Dynaman has all of these things in here. Max movement speed, 40. Kinda okay. I have to duplicate the attack action and so on. Make it recursive, that's okay. Maneuver around the target. Also, let's make it good. And patrol in circle radius, that's also fine. Like that. And then what I can do is I have to readjust the weapon. And this is gonna be dealing bleeding damage. Yeah. Brackets, curly brackets, right? This. Braces or curly brackets, exactly. Yeah, I googled it up, and it is. So now that I have a Dino-Man, I have to give him some kind of a basic weapon. And for his basic weapon, I'm gonna steal something that Bandit Brute has. Well, let's see if we have items here. Bandit Brute, no. Bandit Axe or Bandit's Axe, exactly. Duplicating it. Dino-Man. But what is that? What is he holding? He's holding some kind of a... What kind of weapon is this, guys? We call it... It's not a sight. Is it? Kossa. It looks like it's... Side? No. It's a sickle, isn't it? Just a second, sickle. Or that's like, yeah, it's a sickle, guys. Sickle, yeah. Sickle. It's the same thing that's in communist logo, you know, hammer and sickle. Dino-Man sickle. And now we have to put it into his inventory. So Dino-Man. sickle. There we go. First item. And other items are actually empty, which is okay. But what we're gonna do is we have to adjust its ID. And then what we gotta do is we also have to make the item effects unique. Make unique, recursive, like that. But here, instead of slash damage, well, it is slash damage. That's okay. But we're gonna add a bleeding effect to it, because this is a nasty cutter. Now I have to kind of take a look, where did I have a bleeding effect? Bleeding damage rune or something like that. Bleeding slash rune. So this is a bleed damage, bleed damage, bleed damage. Everything is bleed damage. I think, yeah, different levels only. Okay. Also, we have to work on the level progression as well. So he's gonna be dealing like a flat damage, which is a slashing damage, and then bleeding damage as well. Let's see it. So first one is a slash damage one, 10 to 15. Well, we're a bit further down the line, so it's coming 15 to 20. He isn't a normal bandit anymore. And in bleed damage we say, oh, that's actually from player's rune, so we have to nerf this quite a bit. Maybe the chance of applying this is going to be a bit smaller, like, I don't know, 50%. Otherwise, this is quite OP. And we're gonna say 5 to 10 damage. And it's gonna last for, let's say, 3 seconds. Or 2 seconds. Let's keep it 2 and then we're gonna buff it. Which is okay. Simple enemy, basic one, but still, he has to be tough. Dino Man. And now we have to wire the Dino Man's sickle into his behavior as well. And that's attack action. We're gonna be calling melee attack function. And we have to take into consideration if we can use this item. And that's okay. And now that we won't be manually typing out commands to test the unit, we're gonna go here and already set the spawner to spawn actually this Dino Man. Last time we were testing was the Dino Wizard. Oh, speaking about Bunny Wizard, not Dino Wizard. We're gonna have to just set a little condition for less bunnies. Because if we have to kill 5 bunnies, that's like a lot. Let's make 4 of them. That's what I wanted to do. And now here we should be seeing Dino Man. By the way, 23, what you working on? Okay, I think the game started. Oh, yesterday by accident I really increased the generation speed of the big level, like... I mean, decreased. Oh, I have a wrong texture. That's a fire breather. Dino Man. So what we gotta do here is we gotta find this one and just say Dino Man. hell, that's too much stuff opened at once. There we go. That's the right dude. And he's quite fast. Yeah, let's make him even faster. Sickles are fast. Is he gonna make her bleed? I've set the chance on 50. She's not bleeding. Well, she should be bleeding. Oh, critical. Oh my god, that critical is nasty. Okay, let's see Dino Man. Dino Mansicle. Where are you? Where are you? Axe sequencer. No, 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 no. I had somewhere here. Chance something. Common? No, that's not related to that. Level also not. Durability also not. Item effects. That's for more item effects. Sound, no. Ah, of course it's here. Bleed damage. Fail guarantee, that's not okay. Let's make it pure random. Now he should be dealing more bleeding damage. I mean, let's see. Okay, so I'm reading. So I followed the tutorial until my eyeballs crossed. And I'm working on creating a mechanic which would have been in the game if a tutorial did more. Okay. So instead of reading the instructions for the Lego build, I'm using my own blocks. That's cool. So we have spacebar as a shoot button with a timer to make sure it can't be spammed. Exactly, that you have like a cooldown. The idea is to also create a boost with shift, which is almost working. Logic of input black boost and cam boost. Here I am trying to get one timer for the time a player can boost to start a cooldown for a boost recharge. Using print to see if both are working. But I'm working across two timers, hoping one can call the other. Wait. Let me get this straight. Well, the boost is for the movement. Or boost is like for weapons. Set a timer for 3 seconds. When I hold shift. But what if you in meantime start releasing the shift? What happens then? I don't see any bleed applied. This one's trolling me. Level 1, that's the case, that's okay. Single highest, of course this is the problem. Unique per key, and this tackies is gonna be cold bleed damage. And slash damage. Added so many bells and whistles that probably this was like nullifying each other, and I completely forgot about that. Speed on a ship. You know what I mean? What happens if, for example, you press shift? This increases like the speed for 3 seconds, like fixed. You can't release it, or within those 3 seconds you can actually unpress the button and then the ship goes back to normal. Freaking slasher. Ah, I'm bleeding, Ooh. Ooh, okay, we fixed that. That's nasty. One thing that I want to change is his crit. Crit chance. How come he could have critted me? I have crit coefficient 3, but crit chance is 0. Huh. Probably because I have base stats, huh? And something gets wired to crit. 1 second. Base, dino, I don't know what. Dino. No, unit scaling something. Exactly this one. And I want to see if something scales with crit chance. Support. By 001. So one support gives me 1% of crit. So all the units by default have 1% of critting you. Oh man. Okay. We're gonna leave it. Let's say that RNG Jesus hates you. It could be the way. I could use a variable timer -1 to count down and just run from there, but tutorial is using node signals timer, so I thought this might be the way. Yeah, it's good to use timers for that, I believe. Straight to Narnia if you let go. Oh. Pressed is holding, exactly, yeah. You have like 2 different events, just pressed or just release or something like that. You have different, what is it called? Action events. And then also depending where are you listening to them, in the input override or in the process. So that's also a thing. Don't use while here. You could use while, but don't use it. Yeah. I see. Got mad at you. Okay, now Dino Man has been added. That's 1 unit down. I think that he could be kind of weaker. If we have raptors, I want to see what's the health of normal raptor. Max health 100. Then we have dino fire breeders 60, dino man 60. I think that's good. Maybe Dino Man itself has to be a bit tankier since he's a melee unit. Fire breeders are nasty. Raptors are animals. You know, animals, they don't really like care. I mean, not care. That sounds wrong. They animal. You know, you're an animal when you can handle a big load or something. New enemies, go. Okay. Let's go. We had Mini Dino Man, so now we have already 4 of Dino Folk. Then... which one? Warlord is gonna be soon-ish here. Hunter. Yes, we need some kind of a hunter. Again, additional one that shoots like some projectiles. His speciality is going to be maybe that he's going to shoot does it really make sense? Piercing arrows or something like that. He has a melee attack, not sure if we're gonna use it, we'll see. But maybe explosive one. No. I like him. He's going to reposition himself like the bandit hunter. But this dude's gonna be nastier. He's gonna have more health. Maybe he can have dodge like the raptors. So if you come closer to him, if he detects enemy, that he dodges back. That's additional mobility. And maybe we can increase his movement speed or something. So he's gonna be like... yeah. Let's make him faster but weaker. But he's gonna be annoying. You have to take him out soon, or else he's going to pierce you like a mad lad. So for now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take... oh, I have to stop. I hear constantly the water. So bandit, arch crossbowman, something like that. We're duplicating him. And let's call him Dino Man Hunter. It is Hunter, right? It is. Dino Man Hunter. Huh. Dino Man Hunter. Okay. Thing we gotta do is we gotta change his faction. Dino Folk. Duplicate his inventory. It has been made unique, that's okay. Now, listing. Bandit Crossbowman. Huh. Let's see it. If I show it in the file system. Dino Man Hunter. Spear. Is that a spear or a javelin? It's a javelin, right? Javelin. Let's Google it. Javelin. No. Yeah, it is. It is. Javelin. Let's add it. And now in the javelin section, let's see, we have bandit crossbowman, Dino Man Hunter javelin. We have to make all of these things unique. Not this one, but chance tracker can be unique. And of course deal damage is going to be unique as well. But I think that they have both piercing attacks, so that's okay. One thing we have to change is its damage. 15 to 20, same Schmorn, but hunters are gonna be much weaker. So maybe it's going to be best that you take them out first. Now regarding the spawn projectile, this is where we're gonna change. I wonder if I should throw like in arc. This means that you can dodge the bullet for quite some time when it's traveling through the air until it reaches like a ground. It's not going to deal damage to you. Huh, now that I think of it. Let's see. Maybe linear and like a machine gun. No. Let's keep him a simple linear shooter. And its speed is going to be a bit faster. Not 200, but let's make it 300. What it's... yeah, wooden arrow is good for now. We're gonna have to redraw it. Anyway then. Chance tracker is okay, range is 150. Well, let's make it that he has to come a bit closer. 128. And we'll see now how it goes. If I save it, javelin, if we go now to this one, and the javelin, hunter, we have it assigned here. We don't have any other items, and that's okay. So we changed the mugshot to Mini Dino Man. Hunter. Same goes for the texture. I just want to see the dimensions that I have for the hunter. 224192. Okay, 224. What else do I need? Base stat, leaving them as they are now. But of course we have to make recursively unique all of his behavior if we're going to adjust something in the future. So that we don't affect actually the bandit, because we copied this from the bandit itself. And now we have to add in attack action the correct item ID. And this was Dino Man Hunter Javelin, right? Like that. Saving it, putting it down a bit closer to this ID. And consideration has to check also if he can use this item. That's okay. Let's see, what's the cooldown of the javelin? I want him to shoot a bit faster. Well, 2 seconds is... interesting time. Let's go with 1.5. When the player comes here to this level, he has to know how to dance already. Now, if I take a look at the hunter, we should adjust his HP. You know how it goes. What's the rule? Ranged enemies, they are weaker. Max health 15. Okay, that's like laughably little. When you come here, you are already 40. Because then the melee damaged units, they have already like, I don't know. Okay, let's make, yeah, 40. So that's okay. Max energy, everything else here is okay. Movement speed is 50. Dinos are faster. And if we're gonna take the behavior from the raptor, which means that he can dodge the incoming attacks from time to time, I'm gonna take this one. Charge in direction, this is the thing that I want to borrow from this dude. Copying it. Hunter. Adding the one, pasting as unique. That's good. Priority of this thing is what? 10. Okay, okay. So far so good. Now, if we go to spawn, we just say that we're gonna spawn Dinoman Hunter. It's gonna look a bit weird because he's going to be throwing out arrows, like bow arrows, bolts, instead of javelins, but yeah, we can draw javelins as well. And the weird thing is that javelins travel in the straight line, not in an arc. But I just wanted to introduce something new by this enemy. When you come to here, him, okay, something's wrong. I feel like an abuser. Why you no attack, buddy? Oh, he dodged. Not this one. So something went wrong. Attack action, Dinoman, Hunter, Javelin. Attack action. This ID was okay. Can I use item is also okay. Regarding the ID. But why you no trigger? Priority is 0, charge in the direction is 1, but this one has a cooldown, so that's... Explore last attacker position, priority 1. Follow, priority 2. Priority 1. Well, priority for attacking should be 10 or something, why is it 0? Ranged attack, I think I have ranged attack. Of course. Okay. Try it again. Rinse and repeat until you get it working, huh? Yep. Ah, he started to troll. The dude became violent. Let's see what happens if we spawn unit. I'm gonna spawn like 5 of them. Hunter. There we go. Maybe the range has to be a bit longer. Or no. I want them to reposition more frequently. Like not... They shouldn't be like static so much. So this is maneuver around the target. Rest time limits is 1 to 3. That's like very little. I want the dude to be like, yeah. And distance is going to be from 32 to 64. That's much better. Now it's gonna be much harder hunting him down. Changing the music back to PS1 Pixel Jungle Low Poly Terror Intelligent Drum and Bass Liquid Chill Out and Study Mix. That's how we roll. This is what print is for, exactly. Look at that, that nasty little pecker. Now he moves all the time. A bit away, repositions, throws, goes away. He's not standing so still anymore. Even dodging, huh? Let's see. Level spawn. Dino Man, Hunter. 5280. That's good. I like it. Looks cool. They even dodge. I love this dodging mechanic. See, they have like 3 seconds cooldown on dodge, so you have to like... Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's one more down. We have 2 new ones. And we still need 3 ones to go. And those 3 ones are gonna be like... I don't know if we should call them boss or mini boss or something. But I know that we're gonna track. We're gonna track. If you kill them, something's gonna happen. Warlords. One of the things that kind of is bothering me a bit is that I want to change the colors. So the war dude has to be red. Hell dude is going to be green. And of course other ones are gonna be like... blue or yellow, something like that. But... a long time ago I had a shader for these things. So I didn't have to duplicate every single freaking, what is it called? Sprite. But then again, if I applied the second shader on it, that wasn't working well as well anymore. At least I think so. So we're gonna go with the duplication. It's simple. But okay. Yeah. Let's take a look. We have Warlord here. I'm gonna name this one. I think we used already some kind of naming system here in the translation. Warlord of Damage. Duplicating of damage. And then we're gonna have Mini Warlord of Defense. And Mini Warlord of Speed. Like that. And now comes the coloring time. And the units themselves. We have sprites, units, warlord something. Dino Warlord of defense. I associate red with health, but I don't know, guys. We have to go with green, I believe, for this case. Wait a minute, this is the darker green? Maybe this one. And this is the brighter green. This one. I think he looks nice. So this one is of defense. And of offense, we say... of speed, not offense. Default palette. I think... no, blue is the player. I don't want to mess with the blue one. Huh. Kinda have the color reserved for the player. But okay, then I have Archlich, which is also having like blue color. Doesn't really matter. Let's just make it work first. I think it's good. Here we go. If we go a bit lower, now we can say Warlord. Huh. What should I do with you? He's not gonna be summoning anything, because that would be too OP for 3 of them. But they should be much more tankier. And together, I think they should have like combined health of... I don't know, 1,000, something like that. It's gonna be in your interest to lure them one by one and to take them out like that. Yeah. Now, if we have Warlord, we also have to make duplicated animations. Of damage. Of defense. And of speed. Sorry about that. And the closest thing that we have to it, I'd say is... Oh look, I have like... melee attack, which is okay. Spell. Okay. Let's call Monster Slime. This is a boss dude. And we're calling this one Be right back. Intrusion. Back. There we go, monster slime. And I wanted to create not the monster slime, but from that dude we're creating now Dino Man. Dino Man. Warlord of Damage. So this is a default one. And description. Okay. I'm gonna call him Mini Boss. Archetype is gonna be Elite. And he belongs to what? To Dino Folk. Making everything unique here. Okay. Like, loot amount has to be 0. He's not gonna be dropping anything. Or maybe he is. Huh. Maybe something. Later, not now. Okay. Four, 8, 2, 2, 4. And then let's copy this texture name. What's the texture size? I think it's not 40. Let's see if I have Dino one. That's 64. Huh. Maybe we're gonna have a problem here because this dude is very big. If it's gonna be 64 by 64, that's not okay. That means that these are gonna have to be modified. They're gonna have to be spaced out a bit more. Because I think that I was always taking a square. That's why I only have one dimension specified here. This could be trouble. For crying out loud. And if I go to the actions, let's make them all unique. Oh, that's okay. Huh. And this one's inventory is quite bigger. Sorry again. Dino Man, not sickle, but what is that? He has a big... I think this is something like in South America, Indians had like... What is it called? I'm just gonna call it sword. And here's what we're gonna play with. They're all gonna have the Warlord sword equipped, but their base stat is going to be different. So if we're gonna have like a damage of the Warlord sword from 20 to 25, we're gonna give like melee power to the damage Warlord, 10, another two is like 5 or something like that. That's going to impact the outcome of the damage. The difference is that the dude is going to deal much heavier bleeding damage. Like from 15 to 15, from 5 to 15. And percent of this is going to be like 75. Yeah, let's make 75. 0.75. And the base damage is like a mini bossy thing. From 20 to 25. And then as I told you before, that the power comes from the unit itself, not from the weapon now, in this case. Let's see if we have Warlord. Okay. But they're gonna have like different auras. So monster slime, summon slime, this isn't gonna come in handy anymore. I can clear this one definitely. And this one, clear. I'm gonna copy it, paste it on under item 2. Clear it. And if we show it, this is going to be Dino Man. Attack aura. Okay. Unit stat modifier, that was affecting the max movement speed, but this is the dude for attack. You know what? I'm gonna duplicate this one before I remove it and call it of speed, because in the speed dude we're gonna be modifying the speed all around the warlord. Where is its speed? World of speed, what the hell? Dinos, exactly. We're not gonna be slowing down the player if we get to aura. Okay, this is for boosting the allies' movement speed by 100%. I'm leaving this one. And this one is for reducing, probably. Exactly, I'm removing this one. Attack speed for the allies is going to be increased by what? By 5 times, okay. For now. Cooldown 20 seconds. That's good enough. But how long does it last? Status effect lasts for... I have this somewhere in here. Somewhere I have a duration, I know of it. Auto toggle off time 5 seconds. Okay, that's it probably. Good, this is the speed. And now we go to attack. And in attack we change unit stat modifier. Okay, I'm removing this one. Movement speed and attack speed, but this dude is going to be changed to melee power. And same is going to go with the ranged power, and the amount that we increase this stat within this period is going to be 10. Or 5. 7, let's make it 7, lucky 7. So we're going to duplicate that stat modifier now. Only little the difference is going to be that we're gonna change the melee power, I mean ranged power instead of melee. Okay. And then we have to do the same thing for the defense. What can we do in the defense one? Okay, in the defense we say also unique recursively. Huh. I think that we should, in this case, like make the dinos, the surrounding ally units, like more resistant towards blunt, slash and piercing damage. So we have to add 3, like flat, like 10, something like that. It's gonna be hard. Let's call it melee or slash damage resistance. Percent add. Not percent flat. Min amount 10. So it shaves off 10. Paste as unique. And from slash we go to blunt damage resistance. Flat 10, 10. Blunt slash and pierce. Damage resistance is the last one. Also 10. Okay. Now Warlord of Damage. For crying out loud, I knew that I'm gonna start naming issues. I have attack, defense, but then I have damage. damage. Okay. Now Warlord of Damage has 350. That's okay. But this dude has a melee power of additional 10. And his movement speed should kind of be a bit faster. They're big and terrifying. Liquid movement speed coefficient is 3, so they're even faster in the water. Yeah, it's not nice. Okay, now in here we have Monster Slime Slimy Aura. We made this unique already, I believe. Point of these guys is going to be that the dudes are gonna be roaming. It's a big map. I want this level to be like, you know, that you stop playing the game, you lay down and you still think about it, how you got raped. That it scars you. Is that evil? I don't think it is. Some would say, yeah. Huh. I don't know, man. Yeah. Dinoman, Warlord of Damage Aura. Here we go. But you know, guys, this is just how it is. It's no fun if there's no challenge. It's called Lens of Fury, right? Okay, we can remove this one. Summon Slime also, and then we have attack action. And Dinoman Warlord Sword. I figured out that since I cleaned my keyboard, my underscore is having problems. I really have to press it hard. And after that we're gonna introduce leveling to all the enemies, so if you leave the dinos to clean the rats from the cavernous depths for too long, they're gonna be even nastier. So well, the thing that comes to my mind is definitely a slogan from Dungeon Keeper. It's good to be bad. Glad that you find it entertaining. So if I'm doing a space game, you just said that being in water makes them slower. No, it doesn't make them. I made them faster. Because with dinos I had something in mind, like... I think that Komodo dragons, or what those dragons are, they're like very good swimmers. These dudes. And xenomorph. Swimming is also good. When I saw this one in tree. Just a second. So if I'm doing a space game, you just said that being in water makes them slower. Just a second. So if I have a meteor and it hits me, I die. But I could also make this wavy purple bubble, but if I'm in it, it'll slow my ship, setting speed to a slow amount while in collision node, basically. Exactly. And then if you exit the collision node, for example, if you exit that bubble, you make the speed go back up or something like that. That's a possibility. Or... what are you trying to achieve here? Like if you die, like your spaceship dies, that you have still one more life and you want to respawn, right? Go step by step. So you die, you respawn in the same level. So it's not a game over. You just start using another life, right? And then in that time you want to make him... I'm just thinking of ways to handle collision boxes. Actually, it's a border or a death. Collision boxes, yeah. Area 2D. One example. Damage node. My bullet is quite a mess. But I have like hit sensor, homing sensor and explosion sensor. Different areas for these things. So whatever collides with this sensor, I mask it. Units, sensors, buildings. This is detecting the stuff that I'm hitting. Then I have on area 2D or something like that wired to it, you know, and I handle it. Okay. When my hit sensor detects something on area 2D, I let the damage node know about it. Example, I subscribe to event. Where is it? Do I subscribe? Here I have it. On body entered hit sensor. I connect it. And I also connect it for the area 2D. So basically I'm detecting the area in the body itself. And here I handle all of the behavior regarding the body. What happens depending if the projectile damage node is representing a boomerang. I go back to the player. I resolve damage and so on. Damage receiver, who it is. This one is one of the most complicated classes I have here. So if I set it if in bubble equals slower, does it already know when I'm back out of it? No. No, you have to tell it. Because you have to wire, like if you have on body entered, you can add on body exited also. So you have two events, body entered, body exited, or area entered, area exited. Always, yeah. Great. Glad to be of help, man. Okay, Dino. That's the best feeling ever, man. Melee attack Dino Warlord of damage. We say Warlord Sword. Like that. And this one. Then I hope that I have use item also. Everything wired up correctly, I think I do. Okay, then by default it has the idle action, which is like the least important. Follow breadcrumbs if we detect something. Patrol in radius, exactly. Explore last attacker, that's also a good one. Okay, that's his default behavior. Now, it can't be interrupted, it's a unit of a unit, I'd say. But in here, the rest time limits is okay. Huh. Let's try to spawn him and see how many things are broken first. And then let's go from there. Test level. Dino Man Hunter. Dino Man Warlord of damage. Okay. I think that we're gonna have the first issue with the sprite size. Most definitely. Actually, the sprite size is good. He's powerful, mighty. I need to make something. Wow, look at how fast he walks on the water. I think we have to offset his sprite a little bit down. Be aware of Godzilla. He's a nasty pecker. Wow, that's a companion with 250 or something HP. He's eating them. Wow. How does it feel? Ooh. We have to kind of add a supporter, like Shaman, who's going to be boosting every one of them if they come together. That's gonna be like throwing a wrench in the cog. Also make his range a bit bigger. Yeah, look at that. That's too little. I just offset by 1 pixel and yeah, right? Mm-hmm. Looks like it, right? Warlord Sword. There we go. Radius, range 20. That's 32 for you. Same's gonna be for this one. That's like 2 tiles away. I think that's good enough. That's 1 tile, 2 tiles. Well, maybe even higher. Let's make it 40. No, that's too much then. So we increased it from 20 to 22. But maybe to 40. Yeah, let's do 40. Why the hell not? You gotta be really brave to wrestle with them. Well, we got some powerful barks coming from the doggy. And the warlord. What happened? Something happened. Buragdotto just followed. Thanks for the follow, dude. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. There we go. Ahoy! Dinoman, Warlord of Damage. This one. Offsetting it on Y-axis was a bit off. And the combat text, it has to be a bit higher, because this dude is like tall. He's a Godzilla for crying out loud, like -40. Sprite bar offset -20 would be okay. Animation is okay. But, if we put... There's like a visual offset somewhere, I know. Sprite offset -18, that's a little bit off. What if I do -16? What's gonna happen then? Or -14? Something like that. Here we go. Let's try him out now. Because the dude should be dealing much more damage. I mean, closer. So it's not like I move away for 1 pixel and I'm already out of the attack range. Wow, that's a long range. That's too much. But it's, I mean, it's kind of cool. A bit too much, guys. Let's go for 32. What do you say? It's like in a circle radius. And his bar is too far up. One second. How does he look? Okay, his offset is okay. We have to make probably his... What is it called? Shadow a bit bigger. I'd go with that. That's the first thing that we're gonna modify. He's a huge one. Bar's offset is -16 at least. And attack damage, right, Logan? Warlord sword, radius 40, that's too much. Let's go with 32, that's 8 pixels less. 32 again. And if we have him like that, shadow. Shadow was a bit different. Shadow texture. I have like a couple of them. Small, medium, huge. Let's go with huge. And somewhere is something regarding the ripples. Ripple texture 32 by 32. 32 by 32, that's okay. So the dude is much chunkier now. And I think that his sword deals damage by default 20 to 25. And he has... basically every time he should deal more than 25 damage because his base melee power is like big. It is big. Yeah, that's 32. 31. He's a tanky boy. His shadow is big. Maybe a tiny... Wow, look at that speed in the water. Don't swim with those guys. I want him to aggro me. Okay. He sent me to the Neverland. Huh, Shadow could be a bit smaller because it looks weird. That's the last thing I modify with him for now. And Ripple, medium. That's Ripple. Ah, I have big and only this one. This one is default, small one. Huh. Medium is even smaller. We'll see. I'm gonna have to redraw new ones. Probably. Something in between. But Ripple could be big. I wonder how it looks if the Ripple isn't the same size as the underlying shadow. Okay. Starting again. Let's try to kite him in the water somehow. See, he's aggroing every single other thing. Well, it doesn't look that bad. The shadow and so on. Ripple effect looks cool if it's bigger. Makes sense. But I'm not sure if I gave him a good affinity yet. Dino Folk. That's actually good, but something regarding the damage. I know that raptors, they have like a bit of more resistance towards the slashing damage. Or armored raptor. What are you carrying with you? Raptor scratch, nothing special. Yeah, that's what I was missing. Damage affinity. Because they're gonna be quite resistant for slash. Warlord. Here we go. And now all the other ones have to be appropriately modified. Warlord is okay. And let's get a bit further to the defense one. Yeah, the wrong thing. He wasn't actually using any auras, right? Another big thing. He has to call the freaking aura. Use item action. Priority 0, that's not good. We have to prioritize this damage aura above everything else. How is attack action priority 0 as well? What? Follow breadcrumbs is 1. Yeah, let's make it. Priority for attacking is 5, but using like auras and so on, that's definitely a 10. Everything else is... we need that. Exactly. I mean, I could make it much easier if I would just take into account the order in the array, like which position it is. But then again, from time to time keep it simple. Let's see. He should have like a red aura or something up here. I see that this debugging is going to take some time. Dinoman Warlord of Damage aura. And then I have, can I use item? Dinoman Warlord of Damage aura. Use item from BB War. We have the same blackboard variable, that's okay. But this item toggled. Okay. Let's see, the aura. I basically copied the same thing from that slime monster, and in that case there it was working. Huh. Of course. I removed everything and modified it, didn't I? And the basic ones that I kept was for the speed, so the speed would be working, and I didn't assign here what kind of aura I want to really represent around the dude. 1 second, is toggleable. AOE indicator. Let's see this one. Defensive, this is offensive. Radius 96. It should be 96. But I don't override it anywhere here. What? I've got the list of all the lists I need to make. Good one. What are you listing, man? This toggleable on. Wait a minute. Not called aura speed, but melee power. Unit stat modifier. Here we go. Those were the same. That wasn't okay. Defensive 1 and defensive 2. Lich Cold Aura ally buff. This is also a different one. Melee buff. Ranged buff. Or of course all the old IDs and everything. Okay. And of course I want to just enable that I could see all the decisions going on in the units when they're ticking. I can't take credit. Lyric from Jazz Emu. Aha. Didn't listen to didn't hear the song yet. Melee attack. Where's the aura? Score 0. P10. I think that last time I had to delete the tank and then it was working. Aura has priority of 10. Why is it idling? Well, Jassim is the artist, Monotone is the song that's from. Okay. Don't have the guts to put it on. You know why? Probably they're gonna mute the stream again. You know what, I'm gonna delete this. Can I use item consideration? I had a problem with this thing last time. And I'm gonna create a fresh one. And I'm gonna save it to Blackboard and again store the new key in here. Let's see if it's going to change it now. Okay. Do I have a spell 1? I think I have spell 1. Yeah, I do. Okay, playing. Comedy funk. Probably. Man, I went on the spirit box journey yesterday again and some sleep token. Did anybody listen to Sleep Token? It's actually quite cool. What the hell? It doesn't want to cast the aura. This one casts the aura normally. It's hardly visible, it's green because of the background, but this dude doesn't do anything. No, sleep token. I'm not sure. my sleep token. Sleep token. I don't know if you know this song. It's really cool, man. They're like, I think that they get some hate, you know, because they are like in all of the genres possible. Some metal, everything, but it's really something that I was amazed by. Aura score 0. How the hell are you scored as 0? I have ID here. This ID is here. Is toggleable. Auto toggle off on 5 seconds. That's the same schmorn that I have there. Sorry about my mumbling. Required level 1. That's okay. Chance tracker 1. That's okay. Huh. Target type allies. Owner and allies. Let's check this one. I can't believe there was a period when mumble rappers were famous, right? This was just like, what is that? At least for me, man. Oh, something's going on. What is that? Yo, 21 viewers. Hello, where's Raid? Hello, hello, hello. I have to give shout out. I have to be cultural. Shout out. Wiz Hat. Yo, how's it going? Okay, have to gather my thoughts. So yeah, guys, what I'm currently working is I'm implementing like 3 mini bosses in this my little game Roguelite RPG, and I'm working on the 3rd biome. It's a cavernous depths biome, so I'm gonna showcase you a bit of the things that's going on. So first, before I do that, I just want to disable the debug on the AI. I'm testing out actually the enemies, and well, what's going on? Wizhat just followed. Thanks for the follow, Wizhat. Let me just do that. Hat. I hope that I spelled everything correctly. Oh my god. That's embarrassing for me. Just a second. There we go. And before I showcase you everything, I want to just set that the biome is going to be correctly loaded, because I'm currently working on that, and that's called Elder Glade map. Something like that. Here we go. I copy this one. Give me a second, guys. Copy. Here I go. So the order is going to be at least a bit semi-presentable. Like this. Come on. Why you don't work? It's going to make me stutter now, huh? Paste. Here we go. This. Good. We're ready to go. Starting now. So the game has been in development like for a couple of years already, on and off full time. Now I just want to aim for the early access in 2 to 3 weeks. But otherwise the game is a top-down RPG. And this is the boss that I'm testing currently, where you kind of not collect, but have companions. You have like different skill sets, skill trees that you can make by yourself. For example, create a skill tree by inserting cartridges. You have different cartridges. For example, here I have a sharpshooter one. This one increases your range damage. Then you have a berserker one, brawler one, something for dashing, and so on. And every time that you start, the thing that goes off is actually that the game is procedurally generating the level for you, and you start in this area. For example, this is Elder Glade Forest, and it's heavily populated by bandits and so on. And other things that are interesting is that you have like different fauna living here. So as you saw earlier, that was a piggy, and he gives you basically a steak. So the steak is very useful for, you know what, for eating and so on. Couple of weeks ago I added traps, like different traps. If I step into this red circle, everything's going to rush here, and if they see me, they're gonna attack me. So I have to avoid on that. And in this first area, basically the biggest importance is that you kind of gather materials, and once you've gathered enough materials, you can also craft yourself a new weapon. So, okay, we have a wooden stick here. If we break a couple of more crates, let's see, let's help Lilith. This is our companion Lilith. She's more or less as a supporter. Let me destroy that. Let's see. We're all right. Exactly, it's more helpful than Lydia. And this dude here is Snip, and basically he's selling some of the more basic items now. And if I hit okay, because I don't have enough money, we're gonna go further. I really want to showcase that we have a whole recipe system in the game. So I'm gonna craft something for you. So basically, it's a mixture, you know, you gather resources, you craft something, you can send an item back to yourself, so you start with it, if you get to that shrine, of course. And let me craft, for example, a cool club. In this biome, usually a boss is a giant stone golem, so it's cool if you kind of hit him with the blunt weapons. And this is a normal club, and this is a spiked club. And this is going to be very helpful. It's a bit slower. Yeah. Some boss is sleeping on the carrot. Yeah. It's precious. Oh, and we even found some fairy dust. We could craft more of the things. But what I want to say is every area has something special. For example, this area, if you want to proceed forward, you really can't, because the whole progression is based on, I'd say, wakening up this little dragon, or a worm, or how should I call it? It's called Didra. And it releases down only once you've defeated all the enemies in the area, at least the boss one. And in order to summon the boss, you have to go through all of these Didra holes that actually act more or less like arenas. And during these fights you gain, like, you know, levels. You can level up. You can level up your companion. So for example, now I'm gonna level up her support stat, and I'm gonna give her vitality bond, which means that, actually let's give her healing embrace. She's gonna start healing us. See? Actually, she's healing herself for now, but that's okay. If we start the rounds now, we're gonna have to fight against the waves of enemies that spawn against you. So that's what's going on in this case for now. See, she's still very heavy on healing. It's a work in progress. Maybe I have to make a healing cooldown because, yeah, it's, how should I say, a bit overpowered or a bit annoying that she's healing and not helping you so much. So, yeah, let's go with the ranged weapon. Yeah, right? Those goblins are actually the merchants. Lilith is more or less a dryad. She's cool, but her speciality is actually that she bonds to you. So if she levels up soon... let me just get second wind. For example, this ability, if you get very low on health, it gives you like 15 HP back. And it has some cooldown. But this is that goblin's brother. So Snip is on the surface and the Snap is on the bottom. And we can buy some cool stuff from him. Let's go with a health potion. Small vital potion. Oh, I also completely forgot to mention there's like a command system. For example, I can give her commands. Go and wait here. Go attack move here. Follow me and don't engage in anything. Or guard this area. So this is what I should have done earlier. I should have given her like a command to guard this area. I'm not sure why guard isn't working now. What the hell? You know? Yeah, well, it's working now. So she basically camps here and there. I could give her a patrol move as well. So, yeah. Exactly. Thanks, Logan, for guiding me through that. Wizard, what's your game about? I think that you're a game developer, right? One of the cool things is also, for example, if we want to heal her, we can drop a healing item. And she's gonna heal herself with the item if she's less than 25% of health. So let's drop a raw steak. The problem with raw steak is that there's like 50% chance that she's gonna get hurt. But she could be healing. Let's see. If I undo that command, let's give her a command to go here. Well, she's not gonna eat it, she's trying to spam the heal button. Something's wrong. It's a bug, guys, sorry about that. I'm gonna continue from here on. So let's heal ourselves. There we go. We're fully healed and we don't have enough money to buy anything else. So we're gonna go forward. By the way, I forgot to mention that the heavy emphasis, is on the rune system. So for example, each weapon can hold a rune. And the whole rune system is basically on that the more you attack, the more your fury builds up and then you can unleash powerful attacks. Like for example, this Fury Blast. The point of the Fury Blast is that it deals a bit more of an AoE damage now. Like that. See now. Still needs a lot of balancing, but it makes enemy clearing lots more easier. Here we have Shrapnel Shot Rune. This one is quite handy for a ranged weapon. So basically if it hits something, it unleashes the shrapnel. Let me showcase it to you. Hope that I'll aim correctly. I don't have enough mana, huh? Fury. Of course. Of course. But what we can do now is we have a raw steak, and if we put a burning stick and create a new thing, now we have cooked steak. And this thing is helpful, like it gives you 50% of HP. And one more thing we have honey, and we can merge this. And now this is even better, because it's going to increase our melee power for 30 seconds and our rage power. This is a powerful item. I was doing art for a visual novel, the character is also goblin. Aha! That's cool. Just a second. Oh, thank you, 23. I have to pin the message, of course. Like this. I'm gonna try to calm down a bit, you know. It's my first day on streaming on Monday, and I'm still fairly new, and I'm excited for every raid, you know. Okay, we got the honey glazed steak now. The visual novel is like you have options, like it's a text branching game, right? I like those. I'm not gonna tell you which genre of them I played back in the day, but yeah. I know the type. That's cool, man. I'm gonna follow you back. I really want to see what you're working on, man. Just a second. Here we go. So, if we take a look at your work, I want to see. Do you have something like a store ready? Aha! So it's not pixel art, you're drawing like vector art, right? Just a second, I really want to see what you're working on, man. Twitter for art, YouTube, Discord, and itch.io. You said that you had something on itch.io. Just a second. Little invader came in. Yeah, I had a little invader that came in. He has holidays, sorry about that. Okay, the art style is beautiful. Let's see, WizHat, Twitter. Oh, that's really nice, man. That's really nice. I see that there are some special letters in here. That's Asian. So are you a native speaker, or is the word bilingual? That's cool. Like the anime art, dude. Nice, man. This one is beautiful. Okay. Great ones. I really like this style, man. Like, I really like this style. Like, a couple of weeks ago, I was looking for an artist for my Steam capsule. Man, I don't know, I have a mixed feelings once about the one that was delivered. I'd appreciate more of this anime face type, you know. I was going forward and backwards with him, with the artist. It was a paid gig and everything, but you know, I'm completely on fumes now. Are you ever taking like commissions and so on? Are you also working on stuff like that? That's really nice, man. Love it. Huh. Look at this pretty face and everything, man. Oh, Now, my if I take a look of Lens of Fury here, the face of this one, it just doesn't pop out, you know, the thing that was delivered. And now did I look at it, everything like, you know, minimized like that? I don't know, man. If you're ever gonna try to do something on the Steam capsule front, or if you're gonna focus on that, definitely, dude, tell me about it, because I like your style a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go back showcasing what I'm going on with here. So that was the first dungeon that was cleared. Then the other one opens up, and suddenly more dangerous enemies appear there. But the latest feature, one of the last features that I've added, is actually the selling shrine. So what we can do now is... You know what? I think we can craft some more cool items. I wanna go with this one. If I put Dino Ore and Fairy Dust down, I can make this Berserker Blast rune, and this one is powerful. And if I put Dino Ore down with the stone, I'm gonna make a mine. And if I add nails, this mine is gonna be even more powerful. So if you take a look at the whole thing, is that we have logs, this is regarding the story, bestiary, and recipes. So recipes aren't gonna be unlocked all by default, you know. But if you discover a recipe by accident, you're gonna have the access to it here already. So I didn't make them like locked behind the paywall. That's one thing. And the other thing is, yeah, there's many more of them to come in the future. But let's go down the road, let's try to clear out everything else. Let's try to make this like a good run. Good run where I try to showcase you as much as game as possible. Which commands do I need? I need attack move, and I need guard here command. Okay. Now, this one is going to be a bit more difficult. The RNG Jesus gave us some water in it, which means that some units are gonna move faster and some are gonna move slower. And I think that positioning Lilith would be probably most suitable down here. And I think she's bugged. Of course she is. When we have raiders, she decides to be bugged. But that's okay, guys. It's still in a work in progress. Hope that you won't lynch me too much. You know what, I'm just gonna try to remove the command completely like that. And I think that we're gonna suffer a sad fate here, guys. This is where we meet our doom and gloom. Okay, that's hit incorrectly. I'm gonna increase our damage. So far so good. Man, I'm really out of energy. Let's try to kite them and blast them. That's a good one. The rat sauce are coming. Okay, she's actually a really good bait, you know. Everybody focused her. Now, this rat guy is pain in the butt because he's actually shooting poison arrows. And that's a bit difficult. And if we go a bit further, finally Snip is here. And we can go with the helmet, I believe. Yes, we can. This is going to increase our resistance, and Iron Sword is better. Now, one of the cool things, I mean, the things that I like about the game, that I wanted to add, is that you can chain the attacks. For example, if we have Iron Sword has like 4 slots for runes, and now we can equip Berserker Blast, and the finisher, this one, Fury Blast. And that's not all. You can chain, for example, different types of attacks. Now, if I would cheat a bit, I could show you different runes, and I'm gonna probably do that. For example, we can add item, Void Sphere. And I'm gonna add one more, which is like, I think its name is Ice Bolt. Ice Bolt rune. Here we go. And now, if I try to match things up, and if I get enough fury, this is going to execute a powerful combo. You can see this. We go from 1 all the way to top. I didn't tell to anybody, but you can basically set to which level you want to let the fury bar go, you know. That's one thing. And she bonded with us. I guess her AI is somehow back. That's okay. And let's start another round. Uh-huh. Thanks, dude, for complimenting the game. Yeah, right? I mean, you have currently, like, the classics, the classic archetypes of companions. Lilith, she's more like a bonding unit, a support unit. Then you have a tank. And in the end, you also have, like, an archer. I'm gonna pick different ones as well. I'm gonna showcase it. Now, take a look at this. I have... Ooh, I really hope that I don't die. I'm gonna heal myself. Sorry about screaming so much, but... Let me get... Now, I think that 4 assassins are gonna spawn, or elite units. And I'm gonna wait for them to spawn, then I'm gonna execute the Void Sphere rune. This is going to pull all the enemies at the same spot, and then 2 of the blasts are going to hit their head. This is also going to be powerful. Let me just increase my dash capacity. And my combat. I mean, Lilith's... I don't know. Are we gonna make her summon Treant? This is bugged probably as well now. Maybe not, we'll see. That's 1, 2, 3. 4. Did you see that? It summoned them all at the same place. I didn't give you a heads up for that. But now we have a problem that probably... Yeah, the golem spawned. This is the area's mini-boss. Either it's a golem or slime comes. But the golem is much more vulnerable towards the explosive attacks and blunt attacks. That's why I'm equipping now Nailed Club. Because this is... Wow, I missed. This is going to make grinding down his health much easier. And the problem with little golems is that they're actually throwing boulders from time to time. Let's see. But easy peasy for now. There's a trick. I don't know if you know about this, Logan, but if you kind of push him into the abyss, you basically deal 25% of damage to him. So that's quite powerful. If you have enough knockback, so... Oh no. Oh no! I got stunned. Okay. HP is back. Yeah, let's go with Honey Glazed Steak. This is going to give us good passive. Better damage. Here we go. You know what? I'm gonna mine them. But now I have to kite them there. Crap. There we go. That was a significant amount of damage. There we go. We really didn't get lucky because this arena is quite small. I want to live. I really want to live. I don't want to die on stream now. I made this game. Come on. There you go. Oh my god. He threw a boulder at me. Okay, time to read the chat a bit. The game is looking really cool. Thanks, man. Burns Eye, yeah, it's starting to get depth. There is seriously surprising amount of depth to the mechanics in the game. Yeah, it's still growing. It's still growing, definitely. 50 parameters that go into every enemy and every knob. Yeah. Carrot daggers, they're gonna come. Root Chef. Anyway, one of the cool like hidden mechanics. Okay, before we go forward, I'm gonna take probably Gotar with us. No! No, 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 no. I wanted to take him. Oh shit, I started the tutorial. Everything's going wrong. So, what I want to do is I just want to go... I want him to accompany us. And now we're gonna start with Gotar. Here we go. And this dude is tank. He's basically a tanky. And sinister entities are incoming and I don't know why. What's going on here? Something's going on. I don't know why I got this notification and I feel that something bad is going to happen. But I want to showcase you like the mini things that happen also in the game. For example, last time we were adding a wizard bunny. And because in this biome there's a chance that like wizards appear. Oh, we have minigames as well. Sorry for my bunny attention span. He's going to get the meat, see? Gotar is greedy like that. He usually likes to pick up meat, eat it, take it for himself. Basically, what I've added is that if you kill like 5 bunnies or 4 bunnies, a wizard bunny appears. And he's here to avenge the bunnies. But I want to showcase you also the mini games that we have in the game now. That's like from 2 weeks ago or 1.5 weeks ago. We just have to find the last pressure plates. Then another hole will appear. Pit appeared. Okay, the notification has been triggered. And if we find the correct pit, maybe that's the one, we can play a mini game. No, this is arena one. I just want to put this in here. Here we go, this is the arena one. And this is a minigame. And this minigame is, for example, that you have to remember all the sequences. Let me just give my dude the command that he has to wait here. And the thing is that here you actually choose your item. Like, you start spinning this, and then you can get something cool. Maybe like this. If we go a bit further, I want to get the fireball. Let's see. Am I gonna get it? I got the worst prize ever. And this is where you select the difficulty of the minigame. Okay, this is a good one. So basically this is going to be a memorization for a fish. And this is a penalty. How much damage you're gonna get if you're gonna fail the minigame. And now we go here. You hit play. You have a countdown. And you have to memorize the sequence. This is the easiest one. So it's skull and 3 books. There we go. And this should be applied to me. Of course, the gold one isn't implemented yet, so that's another fail. But the fresh Didra Cavern appeared. We have a carrot here. And I'm gonna try to summon the bunny mage. Because he's a nasty one. And he's a cool one. So, if in a game you come across bunnies, let me just give him a shield blast or something. And if you kill too much of them, too many of them, let's go with level, spawn unit, bunny. Let's call like 10 of them, 2, 80, and 0. And we're gonna be violent. Fluffy entity incoming. That means that something's coming our way. Something nasty. And this dude is really not nice. He summons bunnies that are feral bunnies. They should be attacking us. They deal some damage. And yeah, he's a mini-boss. We still have to add him like the option to drop a good item, balance him out, We just wired him to the whole event. So that's one of the secrets in the game. And yeah. I think that, yeah, we've been slain. Sorry about that again. So, General Bunny Wizard, he summons bunnies, of Kembanuk. Sorry for pronunciation. Glad you like it, Burnseye. Okay. Exactly, he summons them. But the last but not least, there's like more biomes up ahead, and I was working on mini bosses, these lizards, and we're testing out if the mini lizard is working okay. And currently we have a bug with him that he doesn't want to trigger the aura, so that's a bad thing. But because we're currently working on the cavernous depths, I want to make the first area a cavernous depths area. So we're not gonna start in the forest itself. And if we take a look what's going on in the cavernous depths, that's the area where Dino Folk live, some zombies, and also a lot of rats. And the thing about that area is that not all of the NPCs are good with each other. They're like warring factions. Dinos, they attack all the other factions, and so on. So one of the mechanics that I'm also implementing in the game is, let me just check what I can do here. Wait up. One of the mechanics is that if the NPCs kill a lot of other NPCs, they can level up. And in the near step, we're gonna have the feature that you don't want to let the NPCs level up too much, because that's gonna be nasty. Now this is Cavernous Depths. So different biome, different ore materials that you can gather, different units. Now these are much nastier. They're quite resistant towards towards slashing attacks. But yeah, we can find their camps and so on. They can still be stun locked. Until you have energy, you can kind of attack, and some of the weaker enemies, they can't deal damage to you. But when you don't have energy anymore, the problem is that you don't deal knockback anymore. I mean, you deal much lesser knockback, you deal lesser damage, like 75% damage only, and so on. And this is the area where there's lava. And as you guessed it, lava deals damage to you, but the dinos are actually resistant to lava damage. So that's their domain. Twangs 23 for shoutouts, man, for being such a good mod. Do you even get push, bro? I don't get push, yeah. Again, I have to push, man. Thanks for reminding me. We helped with the color of the corn, though. Exactly, you did. You guys helped a lot. See, the problem of Gotar is that he doesn't have any ranged attack and he's slow. But he has like abilities to taunt the enemies if you level him up. And so on. If we're going to explore this biome a bit more, we still have to populate it. This is a firecaster. He's a nasty one. So you're gonna try to isolate him when you encounter him. And this is a little camp. Some straps. Mushrooms, they give you health. Some energy and so on and so forth. Okay. And currently, what I want to do is, the dude that you saw there in the camp is like a big dino warlord. I want to populate this whole area because it's much bigger than the forest, with 3 of them. And because there are gonna be 3 of them, each of them are gonna have a special like ability. The red one is going to be higher damage dealer. Oh, we have these stones here. I mean, plates, that's cool. Higher damage dealer, then you're gonna have like a defense increaser or armor increaser. And the last one is going to increase the speed of everybody. But as you see, guys, I'm just running away from everybody. Because we still have to add like the hunters. I've added them a bit earlier on the stream. And the normal dinos that attack. See? They're killing Snip now. They're nasty. The cool thing is that the trader can't really die. He's just knocked out. He's gonna recover when everybody's going to move away. But the fire also spreads. They're immune to fire. But if they come close to you now, they're gonna burn you. So that's a nasty thing. See? Thank goodness that I'm so fast. Okay, here's the Deidre. So we have to make everything much more interesting. You're curious how I implemented the minimap in the game? Okay. Of course you won't have the broken sword. Thanks for letting... Thanks for reminding, Logan. Minimap. Basically it's a texture. I think I have it on the HUD. Controller or player HUD. Map. It's a texture that I draw on. Every 0.1 second I refresh it. And basically I just color. You know, it's quite easy because the whole game is made out of the tile maps. And I represent the texture like the size of the texture that I draw is not 16 by 16, but if I take a look at the code, minimap, map something, here we go. I'm afraid because I'm gonna pronounce it wrong, man. I don't want to offend you or anybody, you know. So what I do is when entity spawns on the map, or if player moves, I update it. I iterate over every single pixel that should be visible on screen on the minimap. And I check if the tile there is either a wall or a floor. And then I have a separate color for a floor or a wall. I think that floor is basically empty. The wall has like semi-transparent color. That's one thing. And I iterate over it, and then I just try to paint the pixel. And I see if this is within the bounds of my position where I'm currently at, and so on. And then I iterate over every entity that I have on map. So player, all the enemies that you see, they all come from the unit scene. So then I have entity on map, and I register myself that this has to have its own color. So for example, chest has its own color. Basically it's just a different pixel color. Little trick that I have, and that not a lot of people actually use, is also that you can toggle the size of the minimap. For example, you can have it like on the corner of the left side, and if you want to, you can also make it a bit bigger. Have it expand over the center of your screen a bit more. I'm gonna show it to you. Okay, that dude's gonna be slain. So this is the minimap here. You see the red one is that dude. Basically, here is Deidre, and the blue one is the player. I think that the blue one stands out quite well. The green ones are also allies. And if I press M, the minimap pops here. It's gonna be much better visible if we're gonna go into the game, into the level. That's one thing. Then the other thing with minimaps, what was important? Yeah, I implemented this feature. It's not related to minimap, but if you're close to the edge, you see, you have these indicators that some kind of an enemy is there. Basically, I thought in the beginning that this would be like, you know, a skill. I have a Xeno Tracker cartridge, which increases the radius that you can see behind walls, that something's there. So, you had to make a minimap for a game a couple of weeks ago? Just attaching camera to player and putting it away up in the sky. Exactly. I implemented the similar minimaps back in the past. It's the easiest way, but now I'm just currently painting on the texture, so it's quite simple. And in the end, if it works, it works. The downside of this approach that I'm using here is that I don't actually populate anything with icons. I think I could do it, but then I would have to, you know, like hover over an icon of a point of interest and so on. So I just simplified it by keeping the dots different colors. You know, it's not the main point of the game, at least for now, you know, like having a big ass minimap with tons of points of interest. But okay. Yeah, right? Exactly, Logan, I agree with that. Once you know, you know. It gets a couple of rounds, you know, and then you figure it. Path of Exile. Path of Exile's minimap is probably like same as Diablo's, right? At least I think so. Okay, now earlier I've already added 2 new units, so we're gonna add them to the whole biome. So we're gonna call it Cavernous Depths. If we go to this one, what I want to do is I want to add the new Dino Man. And then here I have like weighted enemies. Is this the right one? Overworld enemies by weight. See, so many different things already in here. So what we add is a new unit assignment resource. Object unit assignment resource, and I'm gonna call this like Dinoman Fire Breeder is level 3. I mean team 3, and the chance of it spawning is 3. That's quite low. So if we're gonna be spawning like Dino Man, this is a normal grunt. It's also gonna be level 3. But its chance of appearing in the game should be a bit higher. Not only 3, but let's say it's the most basic one. I'm gonna pump it up to 10. And then the next one is going to be, again, unit assignment resource. I'm gonna start adding here Dino Man Hunter. A bit less frequent, but still frequent. So let's give him like value of 7. Oh no, that's team. He has to be on team 3. Those are the dinos. And value is going to be 7. That's okay. They've been added. Now, we want to spawn like 3 different camps with mini bosses. That's the big ass lizard that you see there. I still didn't kind of fix everything that goes to that dude, so I'm gonna leave it. We're gonna try to test it earlier now, if the dinos spawn correctly and so on, and then we're gonna go on and fix that dude. There we go. Sorry about that, 23. I only see your message right now. I'm really bad at multitasking these things. Definitely. I'd be honored to have you as a mod, man. I'd be honored, really. But I just have to figure out where I can set you as a mod. Probably creator dashboard. Moving away a bit. Moderation. No, community. Role manager. My assigned roles. Moderator. One second. I click your name, and then what do I do? Whisper, give turbo, invite to what? No, that's for streaming. Okay, 23, I think I can copy your nickname. I have here. And moderator. There you go. Logan, I'd make you a moderator too if you ever have a desire for that. But that's completely up to you. I don't want to burden anybody with anything, you know. Sword, here you go. Okay, now if we set that thing correctly, I think we're gonna have like Evo. Here we go. We have hunters now throwing arrows at us, so everything becomes a bit more challenging. You see, that's nasty. And by the time you get here, as Logan mentioned, okay, I'm gonna give just Logan mod horn up There you go, guys. Moderator, like that. Finally! Thank you guys for being here so often. Really. Oh! That's painful. So the dude started to spawn. That's okay. Now, this dude for some reason still has issues triggering the aura. Now, why does he do that? Nasty pecker. He's like he really doesn't want to trigger the aura. If we take a look at the warlord, we have warlord of damage, and his behavior is like use item action. Dinoman, warlord of damage aura. That's okay. Can I use item consideration? Is something wrong, I believe. But we were messing with this already. I'm glad to have moderators like you guys. Really. So for the stream that everybody that doesn't know, Logan was basically the first one that started watching me. Since the last time I started streaming, I was streaming way back, like in 2018. The development of... yeah, dude, Simon is gonna be pissed. Well, Simon's gonna get it too if he wants to. Anyway, back in 2017-2018 I was working on the game Reynard, and that game was developed with the help of my friend, Bustian. Basically, Goater, he's like, I'd say, a tribute to him. Very similar. I'm not going to reveal anything personal, but it's a tribute to my friend Goater, with who I made the first game. And the game, Reynard, wasn't a financial success. It was basically enough for me to find another job, and then I started working back in web development and so on. And the desire always remained that I would work on video games again, and I got a severe burnout on my development game. And for the last year and a half, I'm working on this game full-time, I'd say. And I'd start streaming earlier, but the problem was that the progress was still slow, and I didn't want to stream all of the struggles that I'm going through, and not having a clear vision what the game is going to be at the end. So I've started streaming back like 2 months ago, something like that. And I started streaming only on YouTube, because my account on Twitch was somehow locked. I had to ask them to... Triple Jump Games, hey! How's it going? It's going well. It's going well. Going well. I'm working on that third biome. Added like 2 to 3 couple of new dinosaurs. Thanks, Triple Jump Games. Thanks for giving the shoutouts, man. That's so helpful. And by the way, I just gave the moderation statuses to Logan and to 23, so I think that managing everything in the chat is going to be much easier. Thanks, man, I really appreciate it. So, if I show you guys quickly, in this biome, that's the third biome. Shout out pins, okay, you can pin everything, right? The thing is that it's dinosaur dominated biome. Until now we had like 2 raptors, one was armored, one was normal, and the third one was like a firecaster. Earlier today we added like a normal dinosaur who has a sight, or what's that? I think sickle weapon. And then I've also added a hunter, which is actually throwing arrows against you. But exactly, the sickle. Now I'm adding this dude, and what we're trying to do is we try to fix him in a way that he would be triggering an aura, because we would have like 3 different mini bosses of same type. One would be red, another one would be blue, and the third one would be like green. So the red one would increase the damage of the surrounding units, the green one would increase probably health and defense, and the blue one would significantly increase their speed. And their role will be that they're gonna roam the cavernous depths and basically look for you. That's going to be their primary behavior. And I don't want to ruin all the magic, how it goes all behind the scenes, but I think that could be quite cool. And based on if you destroy 3 of them, only then you can progress. And one of the coolest RNG factors would be that in this area you don't have only enemies like enemy player 2, you have also enemy player 3, and dinos belong to enemy player 3, which means that they attack other entities in here, other units. For example, if rat men spawn in here, they're gonna be attacked. So then the next step after we add the dinos, we're gonna add leveling curves. Because if they're normal units, enemies can level. This means that if you're gonna see a level 2 dino, he's going to deal much bigger damage, you know. I think this is going to be interesting. It's gonna be a bit of a time pressure towards the player, that he wants to kind of destroy enemies sooner than later. But you know, that's just the planning. Okay, I can kill them, I still have energy. Easy peasy. And here are the traps. Now, yeah. By the way, Triple Jump Games is working on a really cool game, Atomcraft. I'd say it's a sandboxy game where you have a whole periodic system and you can play with it, like really cool. So I'm gonna give a shout out to that, definitely. This is the thing, the game. Not the thing, the game, oh my god. But my browser is having hiccups today. It's quite laggy. So guys, if you're interested in this genre, I highly recommend that you wishlist this game. It looks really cool and I don't have a doubt that he's gonna have success with it. Look at that. So you can see that it's pixel based, everything, like water and everything has fluidity to it, I'd say. You see that stuff burns, you can combine stuff and so on. And it's also made in Godot, and I'm also quite positively surprised that he's actually also using C#, so he's a fellow C# developer. This is the element system here he has. I highly recommend that you visit his channel. He's a frequent streamer. Cow and chicken and duck and so on. Love where this is going, man. Okay. It is the age of Godot. Yeah. He's prototyping 2 games besides that. And he's always got banger music playing. Here we go. Schedule puts me in the mood. Okay. Dino Man Warlord of Damage. Now this dude doesn't want to use that thing. And I really don't know why, because we have use item action. This is where the AI comes out and grabs the item with this ID. Then he tries to use it. And the consideration... Consideration of that thing is... I wonder one thing. If that has like a cooldown of 20, what if I remove this thing? What happens there? Because sometimes if I copy and paste things, and even if I try to make them like a unique resource in Godot, I've noticed that some bugs are only fixed if I actually kind of remove and re-add that thing. Not sure if this is a common case, but it's something that I've noticed, something that's happening. No, he's actually not using that. I don't see it triggered anywhere. You know what? Just to make the debugging easier, I'm also gonna re-enable again that AI brain debug. Because if we have Dino Man Warlord of Damage, we have Aura here, and this ID has been copied correctly a couple of times. I really tried it. And I know that the dude with Monster Slime itself didn't have any issues triggering that effect. Here we had a bit of issue earlier that I had like same stack keys, maybe that would be interfering with it. But then I changed the stack keys to melee power. The chance here is the same. AoE radius override, I don't do anything here. Or, no, I don't do anything here. Don't need to. Trigger that, then in inventory, that's okay. On tick, on owner and allies. I've added this new one, so... Anyway, it should be visible no matter what. Melee buff. And same thing we have here. But this cooldown is item based. Minimum amount is 20 seconds. Yeah, that's normal, which means that it should trigger the first time. Debugging this is quite painful from time to time. I have to admit that. Okay, owner and allies. Max targets under effect is 10, this is normal. Ranged buff is okay. The way it reapplies, it's also okay. Now, this is one thing that could be problematic. Oh, just a second, I have to call somebody. Be right back, give me a couple of minutes. Just a second. I'm back. So. Ooh, Logan, have a great night, man. Thanks for being here. Okay. That thing there is... it's chance based. Fail guarantee, that doesn't really have any effect. It's always 1. So that's okay there. Now, Score 0 is giving me such a pain. Dinoman Warlord of Damage. I'm summoning this one, right? Just a second. If I have a spawner here in test level, spawner, no spawn, it's only spawn, of course. Dinoman Warlord of Damage, this one is correctly spawned. Now, if I hit play, if I see S0, it means that consideration has to be completely failed somewhere. That either means that in the item something went wrong when I was duplicating, or something else went wrong. I see there's some bro love between mods going on. That's cool. Aura 0. Aura 0. Doesn't flinch. Why? Whew, 87 commits, guys. Oh man, Burnseye reminded me about that. I'm gonna have to do it later today. I'm gonna do it. First, I just want to fix it. Dino Man Warlord Damage Aura. And this was duplicated from Slime Aura something. Monster Slime. Fist Whip, no. Aura. Of course, it didn't change at all. Aura. Monster slime, slimy aura. Now, is there something significantly different in the tank on the right than on the left? And I think I can do this easier with diff checker, right? I always kind of use this website that you can paste on the left side the original text, on the right side modified text. And it easily highlights you the things that are different. Minimum amount minus AOE indicator type. There was the default one. That's okay. The IDs aren't really that important in this case. Item effect target type just became from allies to allies and owner. Ranged buff is okay. What is this? Stacking. Stat mode type. Also not. I'm thinking maybe if some kind of a basic configuration of the item itself is different. But it's not really. Those are all item effects I have in here that are really modified. I just wonder why is this so much beefier? Because I had an additional speed buff. Okay, I understand it now. No, this won't help me. But what it will, I really bet that there's something really hilarious going underneath everything. But what? Priority I have on 10. Attack I have on what? Priority is also 5. I always use item prioritize here. I mean, I prioritize using item here. I try to get FMOXB. That's the thing I have in here. I save the result. Wait. Invert response. No name. No, no, no. Huh. I just want to see what if... Huh. Wait a minute. Inventory resource. What do I have in here? Dynamite sword. I knew it. I had an old item here that belonged to the monster slime. But I have to have dino aura. Damage aura. Now I think it should kind of work. If we take a look at it. At least I think that he should be surrounded by something red. Here we go. There you go, see? He's surrounded by something red and... that meant that he had like power for 5 seconds. If a monster slime has a weapon, you kinda just leave it there. It's probably going to burn if you stick in your hand to grab it. How do you mean? You mean like if... Yeah, I'm actually spawning like a slime goo. Oh my god, that was a... Well... He's a nasty one. Anyway, he drops at crafting materials. See, the aura is quite subtle, I'd say. But it's there, it's visible from time to time. Especially if we contrast it towards the brown background. Well, that's the problem. If he buffs himself, he's like super dangerous. And that's what we were going for. Now, if we take a look, take a look. What can we do here? He's okay. His weapon is okay. His affinity is a-okay. But now we want to duplicate him. I need 2 more instances of Warlord, but one is going to be of damage. And the other one's going to be of speed. I mean of defense and speed. Let's go. Dinoman, Warlord of damage, of defense. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna scrap it because I want to add a default behavior to him. Thanks, 23, man. Warlord of damage. Here we go. This one has to have an explore default behavior. Currently we have explore last attacker position action, which is like, I don't know. It's okay-ish. But for exploration, I believe that we can tweak this number, like how far he wants to explore. Patrol in radius 3. That's almost like he's camping constantly around his base. That's a little bit too little, we'd say. Let's bump this up on 10. Or 15. That's going to make him wander around the room pretty much very far. And only on circle edge. So that means that each time that he picks a new patrol point in the circle, he's going to pick it for 15 points. And in the game we're going to spawn him as a squad. Which means that he's going to have units that will prioritizely follow him. So he's gonna be a squad commander. There we go. Now we duplicate him. We have Dinoman Warlord of Defense. We have to change the IDs. Unit name, Dinoman Warlord of Defense. It's a mini-boss, okay. Everything else is the same, I just make the inventory unique. It's gonna have basically the same Dinoman Warlord sword as the other two are gonna have. But why did I leave? Okay, loot context, dynamically generate loot context. I don't need to remove that for now yet. But here we have to change the mock shot and the texture itself. Same thing, different color. And let's make the defense guy a bit tankier. Yeah, we're gonna make him tankier. Let's give him 500 HP. But his melee power is going to be like significantly reduced. Basically only from the stuff that he gets from the item itself. I think that's okay. Max movement speed, we're gonna make him a bit slower. Movement speed coefficient in the water, also slower. Crit chance. Boy, you don't crit. Then everything else looks fine for now. Now what we gotta do is we gotta duplicate the behavior. Like that. So that's okay. And we have to change the defense aura item in here. So if we take a look at his inventory. There we go. Now we come to the defense aura. Defense aura. And we have to change the IDs of the behavior, so he actually knows what item he wants to use. Like this. That's okay. Attack, patrol, follow, explore. All of these seems to be okay. And if we want to just test it out in the game quickly, I'm gonna change the ID of the item. I mean of this unit that we're gonna spawn here. Defense. A-okay. Slower Lizzo. He is slower and he increases the defense. So next time his aura is going to trigger, we have to see. Now I'm dealing damage 6 to 7, something like that to him. But when he increases that, it should be even less. I think he's going to use it. There we go. 4. Yeah, much less, right? Because otherwise I was dealing 5 to 7. Or... why do I have a feeling that this didn't work? No, it feels like it didn't work. Crying out loud. Let me see. If I have defense aura in here, its color is green, and I say slash damage resistance minimum amount 10. Maximum amount 10 flat. Defensive. Okay. Okay, just a second. Lich Cold Aura ally buff. This is again probably making some mixtures in here. Slash resistance. First one. Second one. Status effect glyph type. Do I have somewhere resistance? Slow, stun, confused, stoned, power up. Yeah, that's gonna be the thing that's going to appear above the icon. Same is going to be here. Okay, I have to change the music a bit, guys. Not a fan of this too much. Let's go back to Final Fantasy VII Bossa Nova. It's getting sunnier outside. There we go. I'm glad that that's also your vibe, dude. 23. By the way, guys, check out 23's channel. He was streaming. I don't know if he's streaming still. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You told me last time you completed it, right? That's... Then you streamed Remake, right? Hush, hush, hush. I can't hush. But I will try to do my best. But otherwise, man. A fellow Final Fantasy VII fan here. And you should be proud about Sephiroth. That dude's pain in the butt. Slash resistance, we have that one. Blunt damage resistance. Yeah, we have to check this one as well. Blunt resistance. Blunt resistance. Allies on tick, okay. This one not speed up, but power up. And last but not least, I think it's pierce resistance. Pierce resistance. Here, that's okay. Item effect target type allies. See, that's also another bug. It should affect owner and allies. So many bells and whistles. Owner and allies. Now practically when he's going to trigger this aura, if you have like this bad sword, your damage is gonna be 0. You're gonna be like, what the hell? But okay, that only lasts for 5 seconds, so guys, it shouldn't be that much big of a problem. I'm sure that he's going to wipe your friends, your companions. That's just how it is, but we'll see. Let's test it out. And then what we can do is actually we can pair them up with cool squad members, like the damage one would be accompanied more or less with the defenders or something. Okay, look at this, no damage, 0 damage. See? I can't hit him when he enables that. I think that's a quite nice trait. So you're damaging, and then he's going to trigger it after 20 seconds. Well, get away, dude. Again, no damage. Then you're like, run, no. Oh. Good. That's 2 down. 1 more to go. And now we go with the speed aura. First, I'm just going to take a look. What did I... I'm modifying the attack speed and everything in here. Okay, we're gonna call this one movement speed. Like this. And if we go here, we must not forget its owner and allies. And the keys are a bit different. Not this one, it's somewhere in here. This one, movement speed. That's okay. Unique per key, that's also okay. And then we come to attack speed. We rename this one to attack speed. Okay. A status effect, group ID, that's also okay on attack speed, but owner and allies. And owner and allies, right? There we go. And the thing we have to change now with the Dino Warlord, we duplicate him. Let's call it speed. Duplicate the inventory. Dino Man Warlord Sword is the same. He's gonna be dealing basically the same damage as the defense one. Only thing, he's a lot faster. And here we change this one to Speed Aura. Now we just have to readjust the texture, speed. That's okay. Max health is going to be, he's going to be the weaker one. The damage one is, I think, 350. This dude is going to be like 250. That's his personality. You're fast but not bulky as that. And movement speed by default, he's going to have... Yeah, let's make it like base, but once he uses aura, he has like, again, a lot of movement gain. And melee power is 0, that's okay. But here we just have to modify this thing. Make unique recursive. Another one, like that. And now the keys. This one as well. So far, so good. Now we test it out in the spawner. If we spawn the Warlord of Speed, he should be blue and he should be triggering like much faster movement bursts, and attack speed should be significantly higher, like animation. Yep. Maybe his default attack speed should be also increased. You know what, I'm gonna try to make his sword... also we have to change the color of this aura. So that's the first thing we have to do. We change it from control. And another one becomes control as well. Aura type. That's okay. Warlord Sword. What I'm gonna do is Dino Man Speed Warlord Sword. Warlord of Speed. Like that. Making it unique recursively, that's okay. And this one unique as well. Basically the damage stays the same, but the cooldown, it's not 1 second anymore. I'm gonna say it's 0.5. So the dude should be swinging a bit faster. And maybe because he's a warlord of speed, I think that we can kind of also modify his animation, like Q that gets triggered. This one. Like that. Q wait time. Let's make it faster. Use Q wait time and attack. Oh man, I changed the wrong IDs. Okay, now I think it's back normal. This one should be changed. Yeah. Rest in peace. Speed sword. And here what we trigger is... Q wait time. Custom Q wait time. It's going to be red, definitely. But not 0.25, it's going to be 0.1. Very short. And if we take a look at the speed sword, no, but the Dynaman Warlord of Speed, here. Attack speed. By default he's going to be like 20% faster. I wonder what's gonna happen now. Well, the dude is angry, huh? Do you guys see this? I think that he becomes angrier when he becomes blue. Take a look at that. In about 5 seconds, something like that. There we go. That's some roid rage. Probably this is the first thing I'm gonna have to nerf in the future, but that's a short burst. You know what's the problem? That he's going to be accompanied by other lizards. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Maybe we can just leave the aura. Smack on nose with newspaper, exactly. Okay. Now. We can go a couple of ways. I can basically create a point of interest where the dude spawns, like speed 1, defense 1, and damage 1. Or I can make a random, like you don't know which one is going to spawn. There could be a level when there's like 3 of them who are attack based, 3 of them that are speed based. No, that would probably break the game, because if 3 of them would be speed based and if they would bump each other up with aura, that would be like, you know, bye bye Hollywood Hills, I'm gonna. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with variety. Better than with randomness in this case. Doo-doo-doo. Combat POI. Thinking about it, I have like bandit camps. I have also dino camps. Small dino camp. I'm gonna duplicate this one. Call it small or warlord camp. Warlord of defense camp. Sorry about that. And with Warlord of Defense Camp, we can also maybe add a cool item that would be connected to defense. You know, so it comes of your interest that you come here and you get this item. So the defense one could have a cool... Yeah, let's go that way. The defense one could have, for example, a cool item like armor and so on. Speed one would have an item that's related to boots. Yeah, that's gonna be their loot drop. We're gonna do it like that. Because otherwise you can just completely spoil it, like run away from them, hoard the items, and that's it. And that's not cool. So we're gonna do it like that. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. And the spawn that we have here now, I'm just going to reassign which unit's going to appear here. Okay. String name. String name and Dino Man. That's a normal one. Chance of him appearing 1. Dino Man Hunter is going to be chance 2. Also 1. But Dino Man Warlord of Defense. Also 1. And then I have this like diminishing one. And I can remove other ones away. This means that by default I'm gonna have one Dino Man, Hunter, and a Warlord of Defense spawned here. And that's okay. Let me just rename this one. Warlord of Defense Camp, POI, okay. Bonfires are okay, maybe we're gonna decorate them a bit later. But now let's add damage. And then of defense. I mean, speed. Let's copy it. The only thing that we changed with this one is now in weighted list, the last ID. String name. That's okay. And in here, last but not least, no, this is defense, defense is defense, it's okay. We have to modify the speed one. Okay, I'm gonna just change the music a bit again. That's okay. It's still loading the video like too long. Of speed. Here we go now. This is A-OK, Dynaman, Dynaman Hunter, Dynaman Warlord of Speed. That's good. Now we just have to wire them together in the generation script. Cavernous depths. I'll be right back. Ring bell. Back. Alrighty, now we have to wire them together in cavernous depths. And we have POIs. Thank you, 23. I'm gonna duplicate cavernous depths combat POIs and call it cavernous depths warlord POIs. That's it. And then in the weighted resource, I'm gonna duplicate this one. This is going to be important. It has to retry, I don't know, 500 times before it fails. We're gonna make it prioritize. Minimum distance from other POIs is 7, that's okay. Warlord POIs. Required existing ones don't exist. Minimum count 1, max global count is 3. And diminishing values, and I remove this one. And I start adding lizard POI. No, warlord something. Warlord of damage 1. Warlord of speed 1. And warlord of defense 1. That's okay. Now in cavernous depths 1, I have to... Oh, little one is cranky. I have to add all 3 of them. Cavernous depths, no. I have some warlord something. POIs, there we go. Damage, come on. No, actually, This is a POI placement rule, right? Of course. We only have to add 1. I move it up, and it's quite an important thing. It's going to be one of the first things that's trying to spawn. So far so good. Now... Oh, be right back. Yeah, little one stopped. I'm just going to test this one out, and then I have to attend. I'm gonna have to spend more time with the family. It's actually a holiday now here. But let's test it out before that. Weighted enemies, bosses, that's all okay. But I know that, for example, combat POIs in here. Now, I wouldn't like to spawn only, for example, like... Exactly, dude. Raptor, Armored Raptor, Dino, Fireman, Breeder. I'd like to add also the variety of having like Dino Man normal one. And Dino Man Hunter. Like this. All as one. So this is the most various thing that spawns here. But I think we're ready to hit play. You know what, I'm just going to disable that test level thingy with where it spawns like the freaking warlord. So team that max active entities 0. Okay, now let's start it out. This means that we should have kind of warlords walking around. They aren't spawned as squads. I'm not sure if they're gonna be spawned as squads because that's kind of OP already. Especially the speedy one. That was nasty. Oh, I have this enabled. Let me just disable this one. Because it's pretty annoying to see all the text box. Here we go. By the way, I'm gonna take Anna with me. Okay, we have her. Now this place should be much more interesting, and I triggered. Okay, they all came here. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is what horrors are made of. Found some camps. Jesus. I just want to see if there's the freaking warlord spawn somewhere. Those are all ordinary camps. Now this is a pool, huh? Hellstonk here is really nasty. Especially I have to add more like bunnies and so on. Maybe brown bunny or something will appear that can trigger the Hellstonk. See, something triggered it. So they all ran away. Yeah, warlords here. Look at that big bulk. That was a warlord of damage. Something else is going on here. Yeah, here's the warlord of speed. Let's see how he behaves with others. Now he was randomly placed here. That's okay. If he's going to use the speed, now everybody's fast. Okay, the raptor isn't that dangerous. Maybe the hunter is going to be much interesting. More interesting. Look, something is always triggering them here and they start to pile up. Oh shit. See, this is what you have to avoid. I think the stream was successful today. We added like 5 enemies. And this cavernous depths is starting to look very cool. What do you guys think? Yeah. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna write a commit message off stream, I promise. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Thanks, dude. Thanks, 23, and thank you again for becoming the mod. I really appreciate it. I wish... What was your issue? Did you figure it out? That's great. So the timing is working well probably now, or? And the whole hell is breaking loose in the house. Nice. Awesome. Glad that you tried to do it. So I can shift 25 pixels in the store. Yeah. Awesome, man. Cool. Do some screenshots. Start writing some posts about the projects you work on and so on. And share them, man. You know, I'm gonna share them here on stream as well. So yeah. Guys, I gotta go. Thanks again for stopping by. If you like what you see, remember to follow. I'll be here again tomorrow. Have fun.